So, alright, we just did this guy, right? He does have a boombox, I should remember. Ruin Spore Shop, fast cash and faster times. Fingerless gloves. Ooh. Water lockout of order to Wednesday. Butter sign down. Okay, I think this is the edge of the map, so I guess we'll check this place out. Then we go to Sleep Kenzie County.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque.
Wait. Lever. Wait. Can't be a lever. Okay, fuck, I don't need your intro right now.
Lever.
Yeah, exactly, it's a lever. I thought, I was like, am I saying it whole life wrong? Maybe, like, American is lever and British is lever?
This panel usually closes the water,
Or just the auto.
turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything. You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in from the sea interrupts the silence of the situation. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the water lock to get across the canal. Some other way. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
What day is it, Candy? Almost leveled up. I think I have a new internal thought I wanna go for. Oh, I have 3 of them. Okay, so if I wanna forget them, I actually have to use my level for it. That kinda sucks. And I can't look at solution before I research it. I don't like that. Is this...
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. 2 ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted. Just some tasteless advertising at the bottom. Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about goat milk and butter. The Samaran terrain makes it easier to raise goats than cows, and the local goat farmers produce high-quality meat and dairy staples that add variety to other nations' diets. It's an acquired taste.
Evening, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the
issue
other
is it
side
feels
of
like
the waterlock,
leveling up
and
is like
on
not
enormous
very
rock
easy.
that has fallen down into the canal between them.
using a point, like, that's the, like, okay, I'll tell you my problem. Let me say I like wanna research this, so I forget this. But what if I research this, it's a worse outcome than what I already have. I can't know because it doesn't tell me what it does until I research it. It's kind of shit. JJ, I don't like this system. It's weird.
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company. And
I might
eating his
keep
salami.
one, honestly. I mean, considering I'm playing hardcore first try, I don't think like cheating the outcomes of these is the worst thing ever because I would know some of these, right? And I would know what to research if I did a second playthrough.
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt and grey overalls waving at you from across the canal. He seems disappointed about the wreckage on the waterlock and the salami.
Salami to you, Yendi.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer? My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company. And eating his salami.
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt and grey overalls waving at you from across the canal. He seems disappointed about the wreckage on the waterlock and the salami.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer? I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Revachol.
The words daredevil driver sound ominous to you.
Can be what does ominous mean?
Too bad it
I'm
also
sure they're
takes
not.
a year and a day to repair anything around here. Especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then.
Yeah, I saw the word so many times, like ominous, like it's like eerie, like I don't actually know. Let me see. I've seen this word so many times. Ah, okay. So it is kinda eerie. It's a bit like I already forgot. I already forgot, man, in 3 seconds. Like devilish. Dangerous, like scary. Something like that.
It's supposed to operate the waterlock, but as noted, it's all junk right now. Disabled because of the blockage. Safety measure. Turns out the panel needs a special key to be reactivated. Wouldn't want anyone moving the waterlock with debris still in the channel.
She's eating, man. Today morning, she was for the first time like the old Coco. Just screaming around and shit.
It'll be restarted on Wednesday morning. You want to do the
Coco.
honors when the time comes?
Coco!
Great! Just drop in on Wednesday if you want to see the waterlock at work. They say the canal crew will be here at 7:15.
The coast part of the map is inaccessible until the 3rd day.
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it. Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
Can I have some of that salami?
Sure thing.
Huh?
Want some too, officer?
Why not?
Uh-huh, can be salami, huh? Why not? I don't really even understand how this is supposed to work. 3rd day, huh? Pusti. Oh, what the fuck is this place? Wait, this is pawn shop. There could be a lot of useful shit, huh?
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order. It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
I agree.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. The light has undergone 3 transformations, and every transformation, large or small, has a price tag.
The light has been removed and rewired. That's 2 transformations. But what about the third?
The most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
Okay, that checks out.
You can actually buy it?
The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved and well traveled. Chip 1 especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is the Harman Welshie W2, made in Vespa, designed in Seoul, plays all reel-to-reel formats, 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real. Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really
By the way,
like
Cambi,
music.
who did you say was the guy I'm really not gonna like yesterday?
That's odd. Why doesn't he like music?
The stuff I record myself, silverware shaking in drawers as motor cars race by, nocturnal animals climbing on the roof, airship rotors, that kind of thing.
Oh,
Maybe
the
you
old
should
guy.
ditch music as well. Get into
The
these more
capitalist.
experimental sounds he's describing.
If police work means playing tapes, sure, you can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding.
Holy
the
shit,
rest of the
Gambi,
trinkets
like, I'm thinking
displayed
about
on
getting
the
a
table.
flashlight.
Some on horseback, others in rags. Others
Like,
even
imagine
in
you
bright
going
uniforms,
in the street
all
holding the
austere
flashlight
and
like this.
unyielding in their
Like, how
duty.
cool is that? I think you get all the girls if you just hold the flashlight. Like, it's so cool, man.
Try to find something pretty and cool here,
Isn't it cool?
then use it to win her back. Yes, buy something nice. A figurine. Big men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks.
The Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
A long, long time ago. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange
This is what the loyalists looked like, yes, at first. Then they wised up and got camouflage.
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry
What is that sound?
some even shovels and tall sticks.
That's in the game, right? I'm not going crazy.
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers, revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the Royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win.
It's impossible to win against the cohorts of capital. Ask my friend Carter, whose bitch it made me.
Okay, I don't like either set too much, to be honest.
Interfacing. I wish you could look at your inventory and like what stats you have extra for interfacing. Like you have to like step away from the game and then you have to look here and see like what interfacing you have. If you
see
wanna like
rows of
change
toy
your codes
soldiers
before going
guarding
for the
rest of
check.
the trinkets. Everything you pick out seems faded.
So pretty honestly pretty stupid mistake from this game. But not that serious obviously. Alright. It's almost the end of the day.
Mind, please put the flashlight away. Some
I
of
can
us
also
have
see in the stat.
photonic
Wait, really?
sensitivities.
Where is the stat tab? What is the stat tab? Oh, do I just click on? Well, yes, but I can have two clothes where one gives me +2 and the other one gives me -1, right? So it tells me I get +1 from clothes, but I can actually have +2. You know?
Photonic sensitivity is not generally acknowledged by the medical establishment.
And I can have clothes that I don't have equipped that gives me plus that I can't look at. So I don't really understand why inventory is disabled in conversations. Oh, if you don't mind, please put the flashlight on some of us as photonic. Oh, look at it. No, this is my thing. You're not supposed to change clothes before checks, just increase the odds. You're supposed to roleplay. I mean, I don't think. I think that's an okay way to play. I mean, you can literally scum save every RNG roll, right? I think it's okay to do that. Plus, you know, like, it's not that it doesn't make sense completely. I guess in like conversations it makes sense, but like when you go do stuff, then like I don't know, do some physical work, you would probably like do get yourself some glasses. I mean gloves you have in your backpack before you do it and shit, right?
I do appreciate it.
But it is my thing, man.
It's not
I
often
look
that I
cool.
see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop.
Cool, man.
What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
I haven't had any problems myself, though some of my customers have complained about inconsistent law enforcement.
Who are your customers?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Nodress.
It keeps me entertained. Let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Will Camby get mad if I sell his shit? I mean, I don't necessarily need like 2 fucking doors right now, so let's not do that yet.
I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. And especially that tie. It swallows photons around it. I have no need for necrotic objects.
Your mother is a necrotic object! I'm fun! Look at me sparking in the light of the projector!
Another time, perhaps. Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh God. The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia, and I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
Are you careful about your photon daily intake, Camby?
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
You weren't quiet yourself, officer. You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't trust yourself with it tonight. And that you need the money.
Like, the weird thing is, like, I pawned my gun because I needed money, but I didn't actually pay for the alcohol and the fucking thing. So what the fuck did I spend my money on? Because I woke up without money.
When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then I agreed to take it. 15 real.
Bro, wait, what? The fucking boombox cost 17!
The lieutenant looks from you to Roy, and then back to you. It's clear that he hopes this tableau might still turn out to be a bad dream. It's not, though. This has got to be the most. Wow. There's pity there, too. In case you didn't notice.
It certainly does. Especially in Revachol. She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
It was the end.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the Citizens Militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
Miraculously. His face does not reveal what's happening inside.
It's possible in these parts of town. We ought to find her and discourage her from taking justice into her own hands.
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about
It was the ending, man.
Just have to
Fucking
luck.
peak, man. She was trying to impress Kuno.
Of course.
New skill point. That's very hype. Alright, I'm just gonna keep going for these for now. I'm not sure I wanna get this one. It's like 30 minutes. If she's a punch, I'm gonna open a minutes post video. I'm doing non-related stuff. I don't know if I want it. Like, this system is just weird, can't be. Wait, what? Plus 20% zoom out distance? What is MOT, can't be? Motorics? Let's get that for now. I don't
Sure thing, sure man. I do my
Fuck.
best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business, bad for everyone.
He doesn't know anything. The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Hello again. How can I help you?
Okay, he definitely is high. Whatever it is, you've probably done it, and many other things besides. But you can't cut through the jumble of sensations to get to the answer. Looking at his wares, talking to him, that might give you more clues. A guarded man like him wouldn't tell you if you asked out.
Alright, Gambi. I'm finally like mapping out the area properly. So we discovered everything on the east, on the west, on the south, where east and south have like continuous shit. South is in day 3, east is once I get through the... Huh? I didn't know what you mean. Okay, like my thing is... I have a question for you, Kambi. This. Join him on the vending and, like, what happens? Should I wait till 10 PM and he just disappears, or can I go before? That's what I don't understand. Yes, wait, okay. So I guess we'll just look at other shit. Oh no, waifu, how you doing? Oh my god, she's actually working whole day, man. I need to kill her mother. On your Rashid, salami alaikum, salami to you. Salami for everyone.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is...
Oh, actually you're a big fan of football, right? So you must be kinda happy that Saudi Arabia is buying the entire
This
fucking football
coin-operated
scene.
viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 cents.
I'll do this one. I don't think losing 25 cents
Your
is
money
terrible.
disappears into the coin slot. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry. Different blues and greens. In the middle of the shimmer stands a drab grey shape, like a ghost.
Yeah, I saw you're struggling to move your viewers over to Magic. Basically the same shit that happened to me. But I think you're kind of more like me, right? You don't really give a shit about your streaming career. I mean, if you do, you actually want the viewers, then, yep. Recommend like making dual streams. That's the best way to make viewers, co-ops with other streamers. And if you don't, then just do your thing. Oh my god, bro, Marvel Snap, like, that game is so fucking ugly. Alright, you actually wanted to, like, move to Canada? That's for work? How's that looking?
The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible. A half-sunken sea fort. Its concrete almost reconquered by nature.
Inshallah. Is that if God allows it? Inshallah.
It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it.
See, Rashid, that's what 90 Day Fiancé does to you. It lets you so much thing about Muslims. It's amazing, man. Best TV show.
Its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind.
Uh-huh. Your little Budapest hotel in fucking Canada, which actually reminds me, you probably already know, but one of my viewers sent this to me.
Good evening, Mr. Sugar, said the man behind the desk whose job it was to never forget a face.
Henry Sugar was 41 years
I
old,
assume you know about this?
married and rich.
Strange. The following is what Henry read in the little blue exercise book.
Gentlemen, I'm a man who can see without using his eyes.
He saw it, I cried. He saw that trolley. This is absolutely unbelievable. I was flabbergasted.
This is a terrific piece of information.
Yeah, it's from the... I think the viewer told me, I didn't actually check, but he says it's from the Budapest Hotel director.
This could change my life. An extraordinary thing happened. All at once, he sees through his own skin. Like an X-ray, only better, he sees everything. Henry was now almost certainly capable of making money faster than any other person in the entire world. Interesting.
His name was
Very
Henry
good.
Sugar. I think people ought to know a bit about what he has done for the world.
September... Wait, isn't that tomorrow? So you might like that. I'm actually surprised because you're like one of the people that likes to keep up with all the news in the world, I feel like, because on your stream you always talk about so much shit. So I'm kind of surprised you didn't hear about this. So that's gonna be cool. CSGO 2, I'm not a CSGO fan. I'm just not an FPS enjoyer.
The little brave birch tree seems to wave back in the wind.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
You don't even CS. Like, I played FPS, the last one I played was CS2D, man. I did enjoy CS2D, that was fun. Did I ever talk to this guy? Oh no, he's sleeping, right? So I couldn't. Yeah. But what you about brown me boy? Alright, we can go check the gun. If the kid is still there. This game is fucking insanely amazing, by the way, Rashid, but you kind of have to like these types of games. It's like conversation RPG, but it's truly a fucking masterpiece. Alright, Yende, give me my fucking gun back.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. Stay away from me, pig! You don't want to see what happens when you corner me. I'll die before I squeal, pig.
God damn it, Yende.
Fuck, does Kuno care? Yeah, like a fucking volcano? Yeah. Fucking pathetic.
You were lucky you didn't die there.
Yeah. Kuno's got some advice for you. What are you? Like 80, right? Maybe you should stop embarrassing yourself in front of a fucking kid.
God damn it, can't be.
Perhaps you could compress this negative energy and turn it into some sort of a Kuno-fied non-vomiter. That's right. Turn your weaknesses into conceptual strengths. Try it again now. He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him. He could be useful.
No, let's try to talk his talk. Martě zatím to znajmo, ty vole, si užívá to první dobu, jsem si všim. Think you can turn the Kuno down for... Okay, that's not gonna work. I know this boundary pushing thing is new to you, but it's old news for us. Kuno, you must have seen all kinds of things to install him up there. See, that's, I think, what might work.
Fuck no!
No.
What are you? Fucking mentally handicapped?
Kuno, they've almost made you a snitch now.
Shut up, Yendi!
Ease off, see? Kuno always takes the bullet over the hammer.
He'd rather die than work with the justice system.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Why am I getting owned by Kuno, Kambi? Wait, where's my flashlight? Maybe that's why I'm not getting the respect I deserve. Because I'm not shining this in people's faces. Alright, I mean north is the only unexplored area for north and the dogs, obviously. Finally, huh? This is the best spot. I mean, I don't have much time left. Only Cormorants. Oh, I have to go around. What is this?
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing. You have no clue.
Wait, what the fuck? I can gang Yendi from behind? Oh, she's fucked.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
Logic error. She is not sleeping right now.
Pigs come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out. Faggoty. Look at the ass on that. Trying to sneak up.
Fuck. Wait, to jde mít trenéra bez licence? This won't be of use until the snow melts. Chairs and tables eaten by rain and rot. Another spotting of bullet holes on this wall. It's closed door, but you look at it suspiciously. Spirits are half full of water, huh? Can I use my crowbar for that? Guess not. Orange bum hat. Ooh. Good loot. 9 p.m.
There must be another way into the building.
Jesus, why was that so loud? No idea. Oh, I can just wait. I can't. I don't know what other way there is. God damn it, Yendi. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, roundabout north. Campsite apartments. Alright, it's time for... Signable naval code, suggestion half-life. Did you get up there? Did she spill the paint? Inside the frame of 1 second and repairing the tools used to disassemble it. So there was more construction here once decades ago. Your immense the Berling is much bigger than this slough. Oh. This is worth more than you ever earn in your life. Such. I hope this boat shines like it was recently painted. Looking reserved for residency for this lane. Nice.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good evening, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. I'm glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief even. The lieutenant is hatching some scheme.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group. Why, yes I am. The boat? No. It is called Scoia'tael 19, because that's the type of sloop it is.
The word, it, feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name.
Okay. How about Scoia'tael 19? Why? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Scoia'tael, and its hull is 19 paces long.
She makes a point of being unromantic about it.
Why Dolores? Well, it means nothing to me. I think I'll stick with the factory name. But thank you for the suggestion. It's a pleasure craft. A 19-pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business. My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Calm down, Camby.
I really
We're just getting to know her.
Thinks, is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? I mean, we are on Le Caillou, are we not? We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich.
True. Fucking rich people.
You have the guns and the ammo. Take this Clausen fiend down.
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption?
Yes.
That I'm a member of the ruling class?
Literally, yes.
Detective, may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional negotiator?
Camby, we are trying to get a capitalist admit her wrongs. Shut up.
Then what does that say? Does it say docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A? 33A, this old proletarian haunt here. As I said, plenty of people drive boats, of all social strata.
She takes a sip.
Okay. Of course.
Nothing happens for quite a while. It doesn't.
My, it's as if there's a tiny spinner on the side of his head and he's reeling thoughts out.
Except he isn't.
Stop hating me, man.
The lieutenant is satisfied with where this is going.
Of course. Lieutenant, I truly don't understand what is happening here.
I told you his methods are unconventional.
Your marbles on glass, dear. Don't worry. It was quite a while ago, but I think... Yes, we were discussing my fast, large, ineluctably middle-class boat. Good. What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration. Offshore platform.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king.
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue. 20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, interest payments.
I think that's still pretty lot, man. Jesus.
A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility. They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it. You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed, or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? We built this district.
There it is. She owns up.
We got her, Camby. Capitalistic bitch.
All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions. The plazas Meteor and Mosaic. Even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP. Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees, a company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
Ah, I found a bug combi. It says she takes a sip, but she connected those two sentences instantly, meaning she had no time to take a sip between them.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade and Aliments. That gives me the right.
So does he
to silence.
disappear?
It's quite the octopus. Why? By throwing off half a century of foreign domination under the Coalition. Unfortunately for you, the Coalition also leases you the right to police West Revachol.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike. I believe the official title is Senior Labour Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
No way. She's more. She can make decisions.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization now. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike?
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous, Eva. It's meant.
Mr. Clare told him to, how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union. There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Over-aggressive commie posturing.
Then you might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy. Personally, I don't think it has the same pizzazzo as every worker a member of the board. It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what, about anything really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations go, it's not a swell start. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just
Gambi, I'm in a pickle.
Repeated over and over again.
Like, I'm gonna side with the workers, but I don't wanna side with the racists. What the fuck do I do?
And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I hope I get like the option to like try to overthrow the union boss for someone who's not racist but will still follow communist ideals.
I first heard it from the lawyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the Union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you.
In other words,
Right now,
yes,
at
they
least.
are. Otherwise, she would just say no.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo.
Oh, like
While
Putin
in
and
office, they've
Medvedev.
embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, Detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is... Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Ah.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story. Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a Union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves.
My badge number.
I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events. 'Twas stolen by some artist, surely. Best to pin the blame on them. Everyone knows you can't trust artists.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
She must have been suspecting something for a while now.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her. Insinuate.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue. We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year. You should take care of that, then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the streets. We'll figure something out.
Though he finds this situation frustrating, he is doing his best to not make you feel any worse than you already do.
Did I still have a bubble with him?
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation. Maybe this is all her plan. She might have heard about you.
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching. I wouldn't go that far. Her reaction did come off as sincere to me. I think she's just quick to adapt. She's a professional, after all. I'm sure you will, Detective. Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large, and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it. Time is of the essence.
You could request a new one from the station, but that would literally take months.
Oh, we're not getting to her yet. Let's go to bed. Night can be my first night. Very poor. No. Wait, what? What does no mean? I mean, you literally told me I can sleep one more night here. That's what I was setting up myself up for. I'm scared of what you wrote now. Huh? I mean, I probably can, but I want to... Is it a problem if I do it tomorrow? Well, then what's the problem? I mean, I'll just continue tomorrow. Hey there. Let's see if any of these have anything new.
Hello again, sweetie.
I'm just gonna ask for the money.
Hello again, sweetie. Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your world.
If she could, this woman would feed and clothe you and every other sad, lost person on this earth. Your deportment remains dignified as you shed a single manly tear.
It isn't easy for me to ask this of anyone, but I'm at the end of my rope. Anybody you have could help.
Sweetie, I only have a few cents on me, but I could give you this to pawn. Just I tide you over.
Wonderful. He has a pin.
The pin is round and slightly tarnished. 3 sailboats in bas relief with the sun hovering over the water behind them. A chipped green band.
It's easy. Cross the plaza.
Yes, we've...
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory.
Oh, it's not an ancient family heirloom or anything, but I suppose it would be nice to... I hope you're able to pawn that old trinket. Of course.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already? An hour would have been bad. 2 hours is mystical. You have truly wiped out all trace of yourself if you haven't thought about rum and lemonade yet. Maybe you haven't turned out well for your drinking. Have you thought about that? Get a goddamn rum and lemonade to yourself, boy. Or better yet, lick that stain off the counter. What happened, man? You used to be cool. Go get your boring normal person drink then. Get your drink on and your act together. The worker is in a deep slumber.
Can I help you? Do I have a shaker in my hand? Is this a shaker?
He sounds irritated, and it's not a shaker. It's nothing. He's holding nothing.
Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I wearing a bow tie and doing this? Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling and shaking my little shaker? No. Do you know why? That's right, I'm the cafeteria manager. I'm glad we cleared that. Was there anything else?
Play it calm. This man needs to understand you need a drink to help the community deal with police stuff.
Even more reason for me not to serve you, sir. Was there anything else you needed? Another thing. Great. Yes? Yes. Have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Good luck trying to use it. All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock. Not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done.
I'm getting owned, can't be. Will Kim save me?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure? Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity. A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high. I don't know. Is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back. No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop with spinners. That would be outrageous. Exactly. As I said, they are useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
But thank you. The lieutenant nods as you take the spin.
Jesus fucking Christ, Candy, you just gave me $200. No, that's what I call a donate, man.
Officer, the flashlight, please. Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here? The pawn shop is always open.
I can do this again? Why? What changed?
Greetings on this fine night. What?
Nope, still no clue.
Greetings on this.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very.
I find out which are open and
Did
which
you
are not
defraud
so much.
some foreign prince for them? Jump-a-misc banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
I thought I get the whole 200 count.
The rest is for him. To compensate for the pain of being separated from his radiant spinners, the windfall is a small consolation.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Saint-Baptiste summer dinghy rates is 31. What a pleasant time that was. So, what do you want to know? Price? I can give you 320 for it. A pin from 31 ought to be priced at 310, but I added another 10 cents just to be nice. Sure, I can keep it behind the counter for a week, but only if you pawn it right now. Sure thing. So, do you want to sell anything? Another time, Pat.
Yeah, it's fucked up. I ain't doing it. I do have a crowbar in my hand. That doesn't look right. I'm a bag man.
Hello again, sweetie. I hope you're able. Oh, thank you, dear.
Oh, 15 XP.
I am glad to see it again.
Even the lieutenant seems happy with this turn.
Now, what else, sweetie?
Too bad she doesn't wanna roll with me, man. Alright, you fucking prick.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? Well?
Choke him.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
So are the white ones the ones I can do? And the other ones are the ones I can't? Do I get that right, Camby? Thank you. Oh no, Coco is taking a bath. She's bathing. I actually wanted to do one more thing before I go to bed. First, let me try
The
this.
door is closed. Still, the lieutenant he doesn't.
I am sorry. So he said on the balcony, right? Here we are, man.
Yes?
Okay, I guess not. Huh? Kim can sound anything he may have barricades on their side. Join him on the burning Enric bunker after 10 p.m. when you're calling it a day.
Yes? What about me? That's good.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this. But you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
I guess you don't need glasses, then. Good. Let's change the subject. Excuse me? Detective, if I may be frank. That's good. Some you time? This is a police...
A moment passes.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense, because I wanted to talk with the old lady, but Kim didn't let me. Alright, I mean, I guess we're done for today. Let's do the mirror shit
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM? I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
Camby, why are you so cool? How did you get so cool?
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will, and unhealthy.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit.
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one cigarette every night while going over my notes. Yes, it's been a long and eventful day. Well, you were so hungover that you couldn't keep it down when we approached the hanged man. So we didn't even inspect the body. And there's still much to do at the crime scene too. We didn't search it thoroughly enough.
He would have put all of this more harshly, but he doesn't want you to feel completely discouraged. Probably because he's afraid that you'll just give up and keep drinking.
I look forward to that. As for the interviews, we weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. So that's on the to-do list for tomorrow. We talked to Joyce Messier, but didn't get any information from her. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us.
If Kim is emphasizing something this much, it really must be important.
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice? It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol. Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up. As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best. The coalition government, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Or if they think you do.
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world. What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me. The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. and it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me. Do you?
Is it even legal for me to highlight this answer, Kambi? Men are turning into women. Yeah, we're just...
No. We are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting the people of Revachol. That's the hand we were dealt. Without the MI, we would be common vigilantes. Then you will adore Martinez. For many of these people, the Union especially, vigilantes is precisely what we are. Personally, I don't enjoy it much.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in land, in Jamrock and the GRIH. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our two precincts. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land.
It's actually... can't be a big segregation happening right now in Usyi. There's a gypsy ghetto, and it's slowly getting cut off from the rest of the city. It's kinda scary, honestly. Also, the scary part is that everyone agrees with it. So it started by them. The start was because how do you say it? When you don't pay for a bus, but you go anyway. They did that a lot. So what they did was that they cancelled a bus line. And they had two bus lines. So they cancelled one of them that they used to... They used to go without paying and left the one where you have to enter with front door, so you can't go without paying. Now there is a restaurant that said they will never deliver to the part of the city, ever. And yeah, it's getting kind of scary. Looks like those people living there are just gonna be completely ostracized from the rest of the society.
It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate. Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes. Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
The bow collector. It's early in the morning. The world is dark blue. The sparks light her face, a delicate composition of triangles. The streets seem to grow longer, like...
What is... oh wow. Is this Kim's door? It's 3? Yeah, but I don't think Shivers is will be useful. See you in the morning. So if I leave, will he follow me again? He doesn't. Hi. Hi. I wanna try something. It was this woman that Kim didn't let me talk to. I wanna try her out before I go to bed. Oh.
All around you, rain falls on the great city of Revachol. Rain drips from the eaves and floods the gutters, washing the filth away. The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting. Looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hair. Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world. Your shirt sticks to your chest. The shoulders of your disco blazer grow heavy. The cold finds its way in under your skin. You shiver, and the city shivers with you. You're not dressed for this weather. You should get an over. Sheets of the ruins of a half-sunken sea fort. The skyscrapers of Will you ever go there? No, you are just one of the hundreds of thousands who watch urban coastline, coal city, and your hair.
I mean, we know most of this shit, right?
The great gates of the behind the gates. La Jussienne, Couronne, a silver you have never been there.
That is a lot of text, man.
The evening, a yard, a traffic jam, the road.
I have a brother in the cut. Well, the wood end.
Huh?
To be in Martin, standing in the rain, your vision blurs. You want coalition hero statics. These spring thaw will not last. The winter will return to Revachol.
That was a nice thought. Does that unlock my map finally? Or do you just have to buy that? Does not. Acquire a copy of the city map. Right. Is she still here? Wait, where was this beaver? We did all this, right?
An old monument.
Alright. Yeah, that's what I want to try. Kim didn't let me to, like, get her attention.
The woman still has her eyes fixed. No response. Nothing.
Okay, the game doesn't let me. That's fine. Ins Bett wir gehen. How much XP do I have? Oh, I have a skill point. Let's keep this point for now. Let's try the mirror before we go to sleep, I guess. And then we go to bed. What if I knock at Kim? Doesn't know.
The fan stands still.
Okay, I just wanna try this. Don't judge me. Like, I'm not actually gonna do this.
The lights are on. The lights are off again. The lights.
Oh, it works.
The lights. The light.
Weird guy.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned.
Minus 10 tool not in hand. Oh. Huh? What tool?
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
It's a chinkat, I didn't see that. Interfacing electrochemistry. Let's see here. Interfacing electrochemistry. Oh. Why do I still have this racist knock? Alright, let's try this. I'm sure I'm not gonna injure myself.
In it, the chain gun to slip out of your hands as you attempt.
Okay.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. It's too late. Like an image.
Alright, we failed. Good night, Cambi.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep. And then sleep doesn't come. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it? Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves. Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Huh?
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question. You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't remember shit. Tell me, do you remember your wife's hand on your face? You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth? Oh no, funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there, with one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching it go. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium. Everything. The Pale and the Islas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up. No, you haven't. You're just sleep talking. And the act is wearing thin, too. The spots on the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time, sweating up the bed.
It's my brain.
Stinky boy. You're not coming back from shit, thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding? You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too, so soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork, barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit
What does it mean?
factory.
Oh shit, I healed. Fuck.
Good going, buddy. Yes, wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's gonna be a good one. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night. You don't know? You don't know? Some broad that messed you up. It'll come to you. It always does. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think. It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday. Despite you got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. With me. To wake up exactly 7:30 every morning until the day you die. Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were high on speed. That was the only reason you got up. You can't detect without it. It's that simple. Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
I'm done with Drax Gambi. Are you proud of me? I can try Mopple again. I don't know who Gaston Martin and Samaran Batra is. Oh, the Batra is the poster. Marco is going ham. This game.
The door is closed.
Did I get ditched? Did you ditch me, Kambi? Or are you downstairs? Good morning. I fled. Alright, I will have to do the medicine shit. I mean, even though she looks better. Alright. Let's continue. What time is it? 5 PM. Fuck me, man. My sleep regime is fucking fucked. People plastic bag like bottles and sell them for free. Also, I can do something behind his back. Okay. Okay. This is the first time I see this. Those are good tips I just read. Alright, back in action.
Morning.
Exactly, there.
Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. A lot of things point to the dock workers union. The circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information. Actually, that's not a lot of things. We should have dug up more yesterday. Still, we need to talk to them, and it won't be easy. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the union. These men here, men who drink beer for breakfast, there's talk of an armed wing of the union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it. That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay? One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
But aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Oh, she moved.
Just a moment. And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear. Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too. The manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask God, maybe.
To let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
A little missing persons puzzle might just be the thing to take your mind off the hangover.
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully.
A cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it, somnolent. A damp chill goes down your spine. When you look around, you're still in the whirling in rags.
You have more important things to worry about.
More important than a missing expedition? I don't know. Expeditions often lead to something interesting.
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He
I like this woman, I'll help her. Of course I'll help her.
Extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
The waterlock, that was broken. Could this be it?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day. Oh my, what happened to the waterlock? Oh, sweetie, if it weren't for you, I'd be looking forward to another sleepless night. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect. Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need right now. Funk up that vanilla murder investigation.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the waterlock's been repaired. And it's cold out there. Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology.
You can't be being
specializing in animal
sassy.
species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
The quality of research at Revacholian universities has been on the decline, but you doubt there was ever a time when cryptozoology was embraced by the academic elite.
In Slovakia, they don't have a single university in top 1,000 European universities. I mean, how many countries does Europe have? How many countries in Europe? I mean, just think about it. There's 44 countries, right? So if Slovakia doesn't have a university in top 1,000, it means that every country has 22 universities better than them. Than all of their universities on average. That's a lot, man. Holy Slovakia's fun.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
I got 2 levels.
You can't go around Revachol feeling grown men's hands. If you want to find her husband, you'll need more concrete information. It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow. By a dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident. And he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but...
Ah yes, Phasmatodia. A diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs. Oh yeah.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds.
What is a reed?
On the Elysium coast.
Oh. Wait, that exists though, I think.
Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all. Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping. Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at. Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully? Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie. Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure. Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told.
Okay, honestly, I don't want to hear about this.
Not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza. And I don't.
Or you'll be disapprove. Tough choice there.
The gnome of Jeroma. Oh, yes. None of its victims survived. It was reportedly a small creature. A couple of it still took.
The body of the creature was found. Why are there detailed illustrations of it in science textbooks, confirming the existence of these very little species?
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde,
Are you
thinking
tilted that I'm
would
not talking to the
detoxify
both
gnome's
of them?
venom. Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding...
Alas, always alas, and then it was gone. Isn't that overly convenient? Sure, a perfectly good
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
The lieutenant pauses. Something in it.
Ah, fuck it. Let's have more cryptids.
Well, the biggest cryptid is, of course, the giant lives in the most arid parts of Mirage, or no one knows for sure. It is like an the towering...
Who are you?
That's what make there are...
Great. This is great shit. Gravity anomaly?
Cryoback... Yes. Back... Michanu disappeared. Yes.
It's actually...
Yes. We can assume that she had put an in...
Of course. All fairy tales. Okay.
It's the
Col de Mamadakwa can also be translated as a whisper.
It could be. Plenty. When playing the science, they realized that they had discovered a
Jesus
new
Christ, man.
sequester. Yes. Although
Does anyone actually go through this? Who wrote this, Gambi?
This lady really... They cancel each other out.
Exactly.
Great regret.
After that,
of course.
I'm glad you... What about what? Of course, dear. Of course, officer.
No, okay.
Of course, dear.
That's it. Oh my god, I think I spent like 2 hours with her.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Then why are you waiting?
I mean, that's insane to me, Gambi. Alright, let me equip my regular clothes that I try to remember what they do. Is there something new with this guy? Probably not.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod. He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Alright, so Kim said I don't have to talk to them right away, right? Which kinda suggests to me that I probably shouldn't. Let's just check these things, see how Thornbush is outside. Because of men in overalls stuffing gums and union placards. Anything new here? Still money. I have too many fucking quests. Mapwall, René Arrox, Gaston Martin. Who's Gaston Martin? Isn't it this guy? Alright, I still owe him the fucking ball.
Was that? Could it be the Col de Mamadakwa? No, it's probably just your imagination ringing in your ear. There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic. Lena said it was very high-pitched, right? It's like something...
Oh my god, I found a fucking cryptid, Gambi.
Leyland also said that it couldn't be heard by any other animal, including humans. What you're hearing must just be a regular bird.
No, I don't hear the Col de Mamadakwa, and neither do you.
Of course he doesn't. He's deaf. There it is again. You're about to rediscover a long-lost species. It must be very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will come toward you. Oh no. The sound. It's moving away. Somewhere over there. Go after it. No. Too late. It's gone. There is no ringing. Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated...
Going for it, I'm not googling this. I need this. I'm gonna become a scientist, Gambi. Alright. Who's this guy again? Nothing.
You're still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking. Ah, yes. King Philip III on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood. A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness to try to...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
The Carabiner doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve. No one and nothing can change this man's mind. He is as rigid as they come. Still in...
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. His egocentricity is borderline legendary.
You can't even take the responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler? That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine. For clarity of vision. To aid in their work. Regnum cocainum. Revachol's finest...
And this guy's a massive copium user, isn't he?
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense. He's just making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he?
From what I've seen of the officers of the RCM... But I don't want to get into a debate about drug policies. Right. Vigilance officer?
Watch Gambi how you fucking high roll 3%. Are you ready? Double 6.
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabiniers in service of Frissel I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V before him.
Don't you mean Frissel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn.
There's something you missed. You will get to it.
Officer, the mere sight of police...
I want his fucking sandwich, Gambi. I need it.
A man so principled about his sandwich calls for a principled approach. Time to get political. You really do. Now, unleash the fury.
What? What oppressors?
I am not going to listen to this scummy gunnery.
Huh?
Huh? Let me... Alright, here we go, Gambi. This is my specialty.
Yes, officer.
Fuck.
I really don't understand how my sandwich could. I would rather just have this one, officer.
Tell this lost comrade what the people's sandwich would be like. Distill the essence of the working man in a sandwich. The skepticism emanating from the Merry Senior could be sensed all the way to the Seminine Isles. He's not imagining it.
I don't hate worker food. Look, officer, I like different classic food. Fine dining, not worker bags. Please, just drop it. Sure, officer. No.
Alright. Well, that didn't work. So, what else can we recheck? The wall, right? The wall, trash. I don't remember where this was. Was it with the children and the son? It's new. Huh? How do I get there?
The trash containers. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. The container sounds a muffled gong.
Right, this one. Kuno! Fucking A! Freaking Kuno!
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't.
Fuck you, Kuno! Alright, can we do this?
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes.
Let's try this later. How do we get to this smoker? How do we get in here in general? I don't know, Cambi. Is this from inside? It's not indeed, right? Maybe it's the balcony here? It just looks different from the outside. It's not. How the fuck do I get on the roof? Skins room.
The door is closed. This door still not the lieutenant.
Probably means you can't go there yet. Why are you being mean to me? I'm a detective, Cambi. I have to take my time with shit. Look at her going, Cambi. Oh no, slave work.
Hello again, sir.
Sir? Oh shit, we still have the fucking shit inside, too. Oh my god, she's ugly.
Yes? Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something to read. It is. I know you are. What with? My husband? No, he's not. I don't know. At home now? Out drinking with his friends? Working?
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but I don't really need to know where my husband is. Not all the time. No. Why are we still talking about this? I haven't lost my husband.
She has, though. The husband is totally lost.
What? Who said anything about shame? Stop talking down to me.
But he is. You can feel it. Or maybe it's something else.
Oh my god, her parrot is missing.
I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being a bit of a cockatoo here.
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get ladies. It's better to indulge him at this point.
I don't even have a cockatoo. And guess what?
It's a trap. Never ever say what.
Great. Nothing. Go read up on them if you're so interested. There's a great book in the bookstore.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
Wonderful. The store is open. No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not.
You know where they are. They're at home. Smoking. Given the ladder of vices.
What? That's just... My daughters are perfectly fine. They're almost grown up now anyway. They're past. My youngest girl, Jolie, is just shy of 16. Why do you need to know this? Haven't I... There is no...
Okay, it must be asked then. Her hand... Another comrade. You step in and close your arms.
Wait, what did I just do?
Body, wandering astray in touch. There's a small movement beneath your hands as you shut your eyes. Then a tiny voice breaks out and asks.
I mean, it's just like trolling questions, man.
She seems to be confused. Your hands are wrapped around her polyester coat.
This one's not.
The fabric feels cold, moist from the sea nearby. The situation is oddly intimate. Your cheek is pressed against her shoulder. Her hand is trapped between your chest. 5 seconds pass, and their passing seems so unimaginably long. Then she coughs and says again,
What are you doing, officer?
Less talk, more feeling. Keep your eyes closed. Soak in the closeness.
Fighting for it how? Oh. I guess it's better than nothing. Keep fighting on, my fellow comrade.
See, Kambi, communism wins
Is
again.
there anything else I can help you?
The woman before you nods and returns to her reading.
I completely forgot about the ghost situation inside, but I don't think I can redo it. I could put a point in it, though.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies.
I don't really want to put a point in drama, but I guess I will. Let's see.
Hello again, esteemed officer.
83%. Let's see if we can. Foi, caca. Increase it in any way? Probably not. Come on, 85% can't be. It's gotta work out, right?
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to...
Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before. I'm not sure I can trust your claims. Honestly, you look like a bit of a drinker. I'm sorry for being so blunt, but...
The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook. Go ahead then, rock her world, he thinks. I'll compose some notes.
How
How do you know all this?
Here we go.
Your words brought me here.
Seminese. Oh, it means our meeting couldn't have been mere chance.
Exactly.
The hand of fate guides us. But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe? I can't allow any collateral damage to hit us. If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it? Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
Ah, yeah, can be.
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you know that she lives inside the chimney? Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume.
Wait, is it like a real
Go
person?
find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it. Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
Unbelievable darkness and ruin. What you discover? Probably just some office space.
I'm actually so curious about it. Way too much, Gambi.
You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash.
Oh my god, I'm actually gonna use my flashlight for this.
Covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards. Your shadow looming over it like an omen.
Oh!
Alright, Gambi, this is dangerous. It's not joke to fuck with entities, alright? So just watch my steps. Alright. Come close, Gambi, I'm a professional.
The missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Only an echo. No one is there. After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room. You feel the tiny hairs on the back of your neck rise up, as if someone standing.
Yes, Kim is behind me. Kim, maybe you should go first.
Outside, the wind howls in from across the bay. The building at Rue de Saint-Ghislain stands like a matchbox on its side, with men inside like little wooden sticks ready to catch fire. A panicking woman squeezes the pendant around her neck until it leaves a mark inside her palm. A man, a few meters away, stands frozen with a key in his hand. Somewhere inside, a spider is spinning its web.
What is this place? Yes, but no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Sounds good.
Oh shit, I can give this to the guy. Fuck.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle. Then the feeling is gone. It's just a memory from another life, when you were young and fit.
I'm scared, Kambi. This is like when you go to sleep and leave me alone in the chat room. That's a lot of money. I think I'm gonna go there first. Or do I? Oh my god, this is such a huge area. I did not expect it. I expected like one room. Actually getting rich. I'm just stealing money from abandoned buildings. Oh? The most advanced RPG in the universe. Oh, that's a door. Fuck, I didn't want to take that. How do I go back? I'm not ready for the door yet. Bro!
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pedantic. History classes, students with their textbooks open. Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6. Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants. Someone very important. The leader of a massive on-air game built by these people. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Master's frequency. Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. All of this is gone, left unrealized. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My god. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages. This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open.
What is this sorcery combi? Is this a devil's machine?
It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment. Like a smooth drawer, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking. Nothing happens. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest? Could this be its dismembered heart beginning to flutter? The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good morning. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Elysium repeater station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? The filament you have inserted into the reader. Yes. Is that the production schedule? Good. Please repeat the password.
Password? Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder for stress accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password? No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Still no. Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to. One moment. Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian repeater station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
On an island on the river Esperance, a small woman, all skin and bones, sits in a room filled with audio equipment. Thousands of tiny lights are reflected back from her prescription lenses, like stars in the dark. Doesn't it get lonely, sitting there all by herself?
Lonely? Why would it get lonely? I get to talk to people all day.
That's why she does this.
Now, please thank you and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework.
Oh, we just got a bigger zoom out distance, can't be 20%, baby. Let's go. I can zoom out to infinity, motherfucker. Oh my, look at this zoom. Huge.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes, like some ancient cave.
And there's a password gonna be in this.
Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins, casting wax-based magic, translucent welkins, with organs shining under their skin, and even ether. Who are all those creatures? You should adopt one of those welkins as your one of the welkins, towering among the rest. It's Vara Hamira, the Haldor.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little welkin creatures. Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game. This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real. Political commentary. That one has a great beard too. Just look at those details. So much effort.
And for what?
So can't be as a game.
The photo collage depicts barren ice. Entire oceans have been frozen. You see primitive oil rigs built into a pinned postcard read. This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, minimi, stands for a min. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snow.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, the handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: call in, tune out, Wirral untethered, and heat death of the universe. Outside, a cold wind wraps the building in its bosom. Snowflakes in the wind. An old woman passes what the locals call the doomed.
I think one of those is gonna be the password, right?
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? Yes, that is the question. It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
Through call-in stations, none of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts. Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Grad, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Not in Revachol West.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology. Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with heat death thrown in.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately. This game is too good to be left unfinished.
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... It's too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep moving.
Tiles on the cube are still smoke. The speaker.
Good morning. Please repeat. Good. Please repeat the password.
Alright, I guess it wasn't the password.
Don't worry.
Thank you.
Tiles on the cube.
So if it fucking fell, why is the woman still on the radio? That's confusing. And there's 2 parts now.
An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes, folded like a bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney. This must be where the entity lives. What an odd thing to do. Nothing happens. Still nothing. Those curtains prove to be surprisingly sturdy. Your fist hurts now. If this is really an entrance to the chimney, then there must be a furnace somewhere as well. Maybe there's another way to get in.
Can you please try to refrain from attacking random things? Thanks. In any case, there's no way we can get in right now. Let's investigate further.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red. The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy? The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slice of light shines out from its mysterious belly door. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge.
That's actually really cool though, right, Camby? Like, I'm not for like weird stupid shit, but like having a fridge in a shape of an ice bear actually sounds pretty fucking fun. I've never seen such a thing.
Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic. The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care, Sully Soif.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here. That's a plausible hypothesis. It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer. Really? You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on the filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter. I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
We need to correct this case, Camby. We have 2 cases right now. But where is the ghost? The ghost is the scary part. Hidden doorway. Wait, can I go through? Oh. 2 rusty rifles are hidden above the piping. They look inoperable. Unlucky. I could use a gun. Someone has stuck some busted guns. If I find my
A few
gun.
bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache. There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest. But one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way. It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
He likes this find.
Teď ti dám jeden bombonek na solo, koko na solo. Kambi mu jednu na solárek. Všichni dostanete na solárek. Frozen ice cream maker. Being very, yeah. She's almost back to full health. She still eats less, but that's fine because like the bird mash, it's basically like made to give weight, right? It's like super healthy and it's very filling. So it doesn't really matter if she doesn't eat that much right now, as long as everything else improves. Like the taste food will come back eventually too.
The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker. An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now. Something close to you dies with a soft electric current.
Why did you do that?
So they don't have to pay the bills. Why is that not an option, Calvin?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. The electric distribution board now has one cable missing. Somewhere, a machine comes along with the current, happy and contented. This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur.
What the fuck is entrepreneur?
You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. A pry bar would come in handy here. If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry.
Equip the pry bar by going to...
Bro, why did the game tell me 3 times I'm not that retarded? But thank you. Literally different things told me to do this, man. What the hell?
This orange machine is buzzing.
Oh
like an
my
old
god.
submarine. It has.
Alright, I'm not rolling 2 6s. That's not happening. Conversing into the smaller box. Is that a safe? Drama plus 1. I needed that for something, I think. Wait, what? Huh? Let's see. So I know people speed shuffling by on the street. Alright, time to catch the ghost. I guess we can't do this game until we get... Why is this still a thing? Is there still something interactable? I wanna fuck up.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing.
Okay. It's time to catch a ghost, Gambi. Be careful. It's very dangerous.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face. and it's a face of agony.
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or
Oh,
several voices
that's the
talking to each
ghost.
other. Near
It's the
the sewer
fucking
chamber,
pipes
upstairs.
transferring noise from another fucking building or another room in the building.
What are you doing? Wait, really? Maybe it's coming from behind those safety curtains we saw upstairs. You're right. The rooms do look like they're connected.
Always has to be the skeptic this minute. A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war paint. 3 dangerous stripes appear onto your cheeks, telling stories of your wild soul.
What are you doing? Please wipe your face clean, officer.
No, you're a proud warrior. Keep it. These 3 stripes give you strength in this dangerous realm. It would be foolish to remove them.
And this protects you? Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Are you happy with me, Cambi? War painted your face. See, I'm stronger now. Physical instant one. I don't think I have anything for that. Never mind. We have the wife beater, baby. Let's go. Hell yeah. These don't do these. Okay. Alright, time to hire
A
home.
layer of coal dust covers the furnace. You muster all your
Fuck!
strength and yell. You're dehydrated, hungry for throat, can produce little more than a dry croak. A lifetime of smoking and drinking will do that to you. The chatter from the chimney continues on as before. You seem to have made no impression on whatever's up there. Then again, maybe it's worth actually trying something up there.
Maybe you should let your voice rest, officer. Try again later.
I think that if I kick it, I'm gonna hurt my foot, and I don't want to hurt my foot. I might reload.
A thick layer of coal dust, a hollow ring goes through the furnace. Your toe hurts.
Wait, why do I have 4 health bars now?
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm, your jaw. Very, very bad. All you feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We cop suffers final heart attack. A detective lieutenant of the RCM passed away yesterday. His death
From kicking a fucking furnace?
We knew him. He was the heaviest drinker I'd ever met. Captain Ptolemy Price, the deceased superior officer, commented, "That ain't easy on the ticker." He loved his liquor, sure, said Detective Chester McLean, friend and colleague.
I did not expect to die from that. And if I could actually go see... Yeah, that was like weird. That happened first time for me in the game. I mean, I didn't want to kick it in the first place. I just didn't want to miss anything. What happens if I...
eyes are dead and empty. Icy.
Alright, let's try... one thing before I leave this place. Like now with the new information, can I do something up here? Let's see.
As before, this is directly above the central furnace in the cellar. The voices probably came from here. Again, your voice becomes a raspy croak mid-sentence. It's silent in the abandoned office building. No one answers you. A sudden bout of self-pity comes over you. Sire, may we suggest something? Think of the yelling into the furnace as a grand performance. Use your chest voice, not your head voice. Sing from the diaphragm. Perhaps it's not such a bad idea. Try it again, son. Again. A sudden bout of sire. Perhaps it's not such a bad.
That's weird. So should I try it again downstairs? I'm very confused at the moment. I mean, we're gonna leave anyway. We need... What do we need? We need a better crowbar to get the pass. Fuck, I hate that I'm not solving anything.
A thick layer of coal dust
Okay, it does
covers
let
the
me
furnace,
again.
coloring
60%.
it pitch black. Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then,
Hello?
you've awakened the entity.
I summon the ghost of this doomed commercial area. Answer me, spirit!
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
Is it a lady from the radio?
Hello.
No.
I'm Nia.
A beard like... Wait, it's Beard Nina!
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Milius. So what kind of dye are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now. She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking. Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind? I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set, unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shells like stalagmites. This person means you, or no one else, absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly. No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there. Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items. She's thankful for the security they provide her.
Of course.
Tell me what you have in mind. Ah, yes, Fortress Accident. It's too bad they never finished their game. The Wiro Untethered die is a variation of a standard role-playing die. Only, instead of plants, it uses motifs of ice and death. And loss, of course.
Ice, death, loss. Sounds like you.
I'm thinking something made from alligator jawbone, cast in black resin. The reptile bone is as white as ice and dead as, well, death. For 7 real, maybe you have some other idea? No need to rush. Take a look around, see if anything inspires you.
I don't think I should go in the die talk just yet.
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Who cares about the dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant entity here. The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime,
Family
there's
help!
usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be...
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire.
There's chocolate in it. I mean, she can eat it, not in like high dosages, but it's not very healthy for her. Like, a bite wouldn't kill her. Especially since she's still sick, I'm not gonna give her any.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid. I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness. It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone. It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
I'm confused about the dice.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
Wait, how big is this chimney?
But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here.
Wait, I wanna live there? That sounds dope.
Placeholder was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse.
Creative.
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. It's just capitalism. We only
can be.
It's often surprising to realize how many ventures actually fail.
It's also a thing I always hate about news sites. They always gives you those fucking success stories. They forget to mention that to every one success story there's 100 who fucking failed and probably ruined their lives with it.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow?
She has to exploit her own daughter. I don't like any of these options actually.
The Seminese trinkets, of course.
But it doesn't. This is merely a sarcastic response.
Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
I think you are the evil. Put your hands up. Why do we still talk about the curse, man? How do I get out of this? Yeah, thank you.
I was just about to ask, what do you think? Do you think the curse is real?
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
Exactly. Truth is always so disappointingly mundane and boring. But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today?
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see. Plaisance is not going to like what you have to tell her.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet. It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime. Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth. Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard. I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since. Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias. Who would have guessed?
What's the snuff milieu?
You know what's fascinating, Gambi? They kinda started this stream with the fucking boat lady. And at the end of the stream, I still couldn't get to her yet.
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own. Yeah, don't. You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs. Anything else? There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came. The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket.
Like, what's really interesting that this is like a word that has the setting of today, like the socialistic setting of today, but it's like technology 50 years ago, right? It's like very interesting.
And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. Really? Anyway.
Poor guy. Suddenly, you get a feeling that insects are important to the case somehow. It's hard to say why.
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is. Sure, it's illegal, but it's not exactly anything extraordinary in business. Besides, Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around.
They were just props. Why return them?
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules. The usual, they ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on.
They are.
In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time. Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
The dice is black and filled with little silvery flakes, like snowfall.
Anything else? Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth.
So, basically what everyone in the world does right now, huh? Ah, so original.
And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Wait, we met one of them.
Sounds like she really didn't like those girls. Fritta does the same thing.
Exactly, there we go. Hell yeah.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the shop. At least that's what happened with Ravenshaw ICT. And they already had the bear. The bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted.
Alright, Kambi, I'm just gonna say it out loud. If we ever live together, we need to get a bear fridge. I mean, not a taxidermy one from a real bear, some replica, you know? Like a realistic bear fridge. Like, I need that, man. I fucking need that in my life.
Eventually, Ravenshaw ICT lost the price war to its rival, Class A 5000. Class A 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges. You did what? Ugh, of course they left it plugged in. Even in death, the bear is costing them money. The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. He called it Megatherian.
Sounds cool. Why is everyone doing drugs in this place?
That's like, I was actually asking that in my mind, and I didn't know if I should say it out loud, but I've been thinking that for like 5 minutes. Why is everyone fucking high?
Megatherian, a mega wild beast. It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
The horrific necktie tightens around your neck, strangely excited. But it doesn't feel particularly fun this time around.
What? Right. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
Outside it's light. Light scatters from the low-hanging cloud cover. There's always the threat of snow.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time. Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom, albeit I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the doomed commercial area. The darkness of this place is there.
Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice, don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick-track, especially pinball.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
Okay, Kambi, I fucking hate you and we're breaking up. Fuck off of my fucking crime scene.
His disdain for pinball could not be clearer.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore. Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it wasn't just some kids playing a prank on you?
No, it was something else. It was eerie. It was too real to be just a prank.
Wait, so there is
Either
a ghost?
dealing with a professional actress, or
Pranks can be eerie. Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity. Sure, I'm listening. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work. Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
Might as well try it, right?
Oh, it's you again.
you feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortable.
Why is this an option? Leave it at
She
that.
has begun to idle.
Why would I start? Bro, there's even a Kim right behind me. What the fuck? Alright, so I'm assuming the password is in the mini fridge downstairs, so we'll have to come back here once we have the crowbar. Let's talk to the crazy lady. I kinda wanna try this out, I really do, but I feel like it's gonna kill me.
Patiently on the floor, like a dog for its mark.
Yeah, I don't think there's a chance to fucking do this. This was like a very cool area with a very cool story. I really like this part of the game.
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there? In that dark sarcophagus?
The dark sarcophagus.
Yes, yes. How was it?
Tell her how ghastly it was.
Troll her.
Knows what she wants.
I'm not gonna troll her, man. Like, she's already like, her daughter is already a fucking slave. Like, who knows what it would mean for her. And the daughter is my future wife.
But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity? A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep. I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
The narrative she's built herself. It does need tearing.
Coco is about to destroy my mom. A mark, like, on my bookshelf. Let me show you. I have stuff on the bookshelf, including my TFT cup, right? And she learned to fly on top of it without being scared, and she just throws the stuff there. Like a temperature thing, a mark, a power ball. My Stalker Clear Skies original full game in a fucking package. And my cup. But if she throws down the cup, it probably breaks. So I have to move the mug and stuff.
Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
Like, honestly, it might be right to lie, right? Because, like, she's not gonna believe this. She's not gonna believe this. She's gonna be like, you just... The spirit lied to you and you believed it. I guess I'll just do this.
Oh, how horrid! I knew something wasn't right about that place. Tell me, did you find a way to break the curse? Of course. I trust my Seminole's wards and charms kept you safe while you perform the ancient rites. All that matters is that the energies are retreating. I can already feel the curse lifting. It will be a long time until we're fully free of it, of course. But still, thank you, officer. Truly, you've brought a better psycho-emanation.
70 experience?
No small achievement.
How about you pay me?
She so badly wants this to be over. She would have believed anything. It will only last a day or two, a week tops. Then her mood will sour and she will feel the curse again.
All right then. All's well that ends well. Should we return to our ordinary...
Oh my god, man. I wish I could free her daughter from this life. Alright, I need the better
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart crime fiction. These books, what's not a single mint. Shelves filled to the
Okay,
brim.
I have a question. I have this. If I just equip this... Wait, I could have just disequipped. Does that already give me a chance to list to it again?
Filled to the brim with...
Where's the bird book? No, knows the most interesting about fascists was their magic, huh?
Shelves full of biographies of famous people.
Fuck that, Jesus. I could also use the map.
Several maps. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda. A
It's only
map of
0.9.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
Agree. Alright, we got that. Is this the bit?
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Kinda wanna buy this. Hey, didn't she say the bed book is in the top?
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner. Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Sipar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North, finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
For a more detailed view of the map,
Oh, it shows me, thank you. That's exactly what I was thinking about. Like, will they actually, like, show me where the stuff is? Oh, that's amazing. So this is like the part that's closed off right now, right? I'm a little confused. Oh, this is the store, right? This is the closed off part. We haven't explored here yet. That's the book. Okay. That is very good. But what about the fucking bird? Do I find that shit? Ask her again.
Hello again, esteemed officer. A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of bio...
Okay, I know where that is. Right next to the shelf of biography. Well, that's here, but I can't... Oh! It's like a small...
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open.
Okay, can't be, this is my calling, right? This can't be a coincidence. The dark spirit led me here.
A guide to a well-behaved cockatoo. Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species, and they all have behavioral problems.
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious. Oh, a nature enthusiast. Good choice. I knew it was a good idea to keep that around.
A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile crest, found on the Seminine Islands and in southern Fas a la Mer. Known for their intelligence and general precociousness, cockatoos are popular birds in aviculture. However, they often exhibit various behavioral issues. This book talks about the delicate nature of toos.
Oh, I'm reading all of this shit.
Some of the most popular species among the bird enthusiasts. The funeral cockatoo, the major majestic cockatoo, and the most common bang bang cockatoo. It's colorfully illustrated.
I think Coco is actually not a cockatoo. But I'm pretty sure she's like, as a species wise. I'm not actually sure though.
Where to even begin? All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring attention for at least 2 full hours a day. They love to talk, and
she is
described as lovable clowns who just don't know how to wrap up.
But she has a, like, vast majority of her characteristic traits are the same as a cockatoo. The only difference between grey parrots and cockatoos are really their socializing. Cockatoos are way more socializing than grey parrots. They need more attention, basically. And otherwise, they behave exactly the same as grey parrots. So that's why I'm not sure if she is considered a cockatoo or not.
Pet owners also report moodiness, loudness, and hostility as recurring issues. If left unsatisfied, cockatoos may scream non-stop, pluck their feathers, or become aggressive. It is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food every day and give them the full care that they need. These birds will never understand that you have a life of your own. You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent creatures. They love to perform, cuddle, and show off, and will even scream for fun, often as loud as up to 100.
That is super fun, Pompey.
Not great for the neighbors. Performing? Yes, birdie. This is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Its specific name, Psittacus venereus, relates to its dark and somber plumage. This bird looks as if dressed for a funeral, 24/7. There is something indisputably ominous about it. Perhaps the most impressive of all the species, the endangered major majestic cockatoo, is often described as the most flamboyant bird in the jungle. Its pink-colored wings and flowing crest embellishing its proud and bumptious nature. In the words of poet-explorer Sir James Fournier, few birds more enliven the monotonous hues of the verdant forest than this big, bold, and beautiful species. Despite its banging name, the bang-bang cockatoo is actually the shyest of the species, common in almost all Seminoles forests, as well as zoos and homes all over the world. Its plumage is mainly grey and white. The Seminoles name, bang bang, is thought to be of onomatopoeic origins.
Holy, he's beautiful.
Yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you?
Fakupatu. I think I would go for the bang bang one.
You're right. You're the mediocrity embodied. This unsung
Thanks.
belongs on your heraldry.
Well, I just changed 4...
A cockatoo is a... This book talks...
4 fucking gold for this shit, man.
Woman.
Such. But I guess we did finish our mission, man. I still have more active than I have finished. Fuck me.
Wow. So someone's been a little boring. Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown. Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's copotype is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax. Done and done. No actual communiques will be sent, of course. That would be too dramatic.
Alright, I think we'll go finally to the boat, lady, and finish that. I think it's time. I'll first return the ball to the guy. Hey girl, there's no
Hello,
ghost.
sir. How is the investigation
There we
going?
go.
Found any curses yet? Oh, that's great! I hope exciting adventures lie ahead. And maybe you can help Mother become less afraid. Oh, that's Auntie Billy. She's nice if a bit distressed. No, sir. She's a working woman who comes to look at the books a lot. I think she is a bad husband. Not very nice or helpful.
Excuse me?
I might not read up on them, just like you said, and I even decided on what does it do? I think it's like for the builds where you have like all stats equalized. So it's not very good. Because I definitely don't have equalized stats. Which even makes sense, right? Because that's how I got the top.
I don't know. The most talkative one? The what now? You truly are one strange cop, aren't you?
You step in.
What is...
She seems to be... She steps back. The woman...
Bro, I'm fucking going for it.
You step
Can we go further with this?
Less talk, more feeling. The feeling continues. Warm and comfy on the cold shore.
Oh god.
You hear a question rising to the surface, trying to break the sensation. So tell me, how does it feel to be close to someone, skin to skin? I wonder how long it has been since you last hugged someone. No, you don't. And it's better that way. Nothing. Don't come back here. Oh my God. Why are you calling me? Stop calling me. Are you drunk again? I don't want to see you. I don't want to see you ever again.
Is this like everybody's but life's girlfriend?
From my life. You ruined it.
Officer, what are you doing? You had the strangest what? It's okay. We all feel out of sorts at times. There you go, officer. I'm sorry. I don't really understand what you're talking about.
We can take a break if you're feeling unwell.
Is there anything else I...
The woman before you.
Alright. Let's give this capitalist swine his fucking ball back.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabinier do for you? What is this? Are you mocking us? This isn't for pétanque.
Now.
Do I?
need to get
It's
angry
hard to
again,
see them.
honey.
It's hard when
I'm
they're
sure the
white.
officer tried his best. It's not like there's a bull kiosk here in Martinez.
The best, huh? This isn't even a bull. But fine. I guess you did attempt to right your hooliganism. Consider it forgiven.
Wait, can't be there's more than 9. Huh? You scammed me. I just got a 10th. Wait, does it matter how they're connected? Or is it just random? It's like weird.
It's a Bell McGrave. 4.46 caliber. Breech loading. Revachol made. Good weapon. Accurate and reliable. This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her? I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
I'm gonna find your bubble gum. Ah.
There. Working class drunk. You know what this means, right?
Case soft.
Cracked it. All in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yes, and you found him. Now go and tell the working class woman.
Oh my god, I'm the best detective ever, can be.
Didn't she repeatedly tell you her husband isn't missing?
But he is missing if she doesn't know where he is.
But he is.
Exactly.
You heard her. The worry in her voice. There's no need for champagne when there's honor, recruit. Go and tell the working class woman what you found right now.
God damn it, I already told you. My husband isn't missing. And I specifically added that I didn't need to know where he was. Very well then. Where is he? Excuse me? I don't follow.
There's something else hiding in her voice, though. A trace of worry.
Right, 'cause working class women come with alcoholic husbands.
Oh.
You know what?
Remember, about that what. Never ever say what.
You were right. I do have an alcoholic husband. Although not that one. I did, and he is. He's also an alcoholic. No, he's not. Or maybe he is, I don't know. He's probably in the park or in Shamrock somewhere, drinking with his friends. I haven't seen him for... Well, to hell with him.
There. She's worried now. She sighs, but you can detect a slight hint of gratitude and relief from her
I'm gonna be
face.
saved me this entire quest. Well done.
All right, go ahead. Do you have any questions? Honestly, not that different from you. That's one way to put it, yes. No offense. I'd also add he's a little bit chubby. What else? He was wearing a dark brown leather jacket with a bright blue inner lining. The lining is hand-sewn. I made it myself. It's his cool jacket. God knows it's too cold to run around in this, but he refuses to change. I even tried throwing it away once, but he just dug it out of the bin. Can you believe it? Well, what can you do? I hope that at least that extra lining helps him keep warm at night. I wouldn't like him to catch cold.
She's thinking about him out in the cold, in some park, or on the coast. And it's making her more and more worried.
Yesterday morning, he went to the library. He went to retrieve my book, and he promised he'd walk straight back home. Because we talked about this. We talked about not wandering off again. I don't know what to do. I honestly don't know what to do with his addiction. Just makes me feel weak.
Gone for around 36 hours then. Damn, this is a missing persons case. She turns away from you in an attempt to recover.
So you are going to look for him?
She genuinely wants you to know. Don't make her ask.
Thank you. Please do. Even though I'm sure he will return home by himself. I'm still sure of that.
She tries to maintain a brave front, even though her eyes reveal
She
the
just
opposite.
threw down a full bottle of water on my computer. Thank God I have a fucking machine of a
I'm sure he
box.
will too. When he does, would you let Precinct 57, Kim Kitsuragi, know?
I will. Of course, officer. As I
Like,
said, it's probably...
He's like so much more active because she finally feels healthy, so she's like probably trying to catch up all the things she missed in the past week. I don't think there's anything.
She gives you
Alright, so again we have more questions than answers, man.
Hello again, sir.
Oh my god, I love this girl, man. I mean in a platonic, in a children have to be loved kind of way. Right, Camby? Right? Alright, the wall.
just an ordinary wall.
Wait,
Nothing
it's
to see
locked.
here.
Huh? But in my thing, it says it's not locked. Oh, it is. No, it's not. Look. Fuck. What? This scrolling is weird. Oh, it's backyard wall. It's a different wall. It's a map wall. Oh, it's the stealing shit. Still have to get used to that. Was there something else here? I don't remember. I didn't do this yet? Oh, I can't go in.
There must be another way into the building.
Okay, Camby, what the fuck, man? Jesus. You don't have to stand next to him to talk to him? Oh. Wait, but let's finish the man. Like, it's getting late. Okay, my sounds just got so bad today. Up there, Pigo. That could be my gun.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? This Reality.
Yes, reality is your side case. An experimental side case.
How truly curious. A sort of philosopher detective.
Are they now?
A deep synthesis. I'll assist you however I can then.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
We're in Martinez, baby. A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed. Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
Martinez is a district of Revesh. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. As I told you, Martinez used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it, and it's not really a sea.
I'm
It's
skipping
Bay
the
of
stuff we
Revachol,
know about.
and the bay feeds into the ocean. Yes, we're on an island in an...
Known to the early Revacholians as vast, lukewarm, and unknowable.
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea. Misshapen, cracked.
Oh, you mean that she repeats a lot of stuff I already know.
And to humanity at large.
I would be happy to. We're in Martinez. A cash...
She refers...
Martinez, you would be... Revachol. Revachol is what? The Great Kai.
As if it's self-explanatory.
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries. The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed. In the DeLorean century. 380 years ago. They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island, able to sustain up to 200 million people.
That's
in
a
the
lot.
middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
So is this like fucking Oceania? Like Philippines or the other thing? Again, I always mistake Philippines with the other stuff.
I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom.
I'm also coming out from the
Insulindian
parrots
Mission
shit.
Command.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
Oh shit, Gambi. You know what this means. My favorite part of the game. What? Yeah, this shit looks insane.
This is one thought.
Wish I got
you
that
need
earlier.
to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Ma'am, Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
Of course not. You are already diligent for getting this far, and diligent boys remember where they left off.
Indeed. I'm always at your service. These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late. For the big time. The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle. Why, of course. We're talking Duke out Central. Full swing intra-species warfare. No, I would say the apes were neutral. On the other hand, those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head. Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
This does not represent the official RCM opinion.
Don't worry. Klaus Mazov shot 15 million people in the head. But that was all the way over in Grad. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing, so he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time. The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective, or the remaining gentry, the beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well. They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people. The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina,
The European
Oranje,
Union
and
can be.
the armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
Of course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your line of work. The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Marzolf came along and overthrew the government. It made people overthrow their governments. Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark. From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Marzolf's government was overthrown in 08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end. Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has that necktie? A pair of pants?
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think.
Does it, you fucking bitch? I don't think it does.
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune. Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Time flies. The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell. The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere. No, it was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not. Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom. I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might have too. Perhaps it's better I was born when I was.
Isn't that just so fucking fucked up? Like, two ideologies clashing and you just pick the fucking side that's more likely to win. Like, you must be a fucking sociopathic person to do that, right?
10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Failed.
Like,
Kukri. Tricentennial.
either if you pick a
So I
side,
suppose I would have been in good company.
but if you don't like either of the sides, then you just fucking leave. Right? You just run away and let them clash it out. You actively betting on the side that's more likely to win is basically you being a sociopath. Because you don't actually give a shit who wins. You just want to fucking profit on it.
Good question. What would you have done differently?
No, her first.
Yeah, she's good in leading conversations. Thank you, Volition. Ask you, bitch.
And I asked you.
I asked first, bitch!
Citizens militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you? And you would have died, most likely. Not far from here. Maybe even right here, during the beachhead, defending the coast the day the Coalition took the city.
The cold runs down your spine. She gestures toward the waters. The wind stops. There is silence on the dark water of the Martinez Inlet.
Good. Not that it would have mattered. In the end, the commune forced everyone to the barricades. They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer. She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants.
It's Hillary Clinton.
I am an ultra. An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind.
Dios mío! A liberal! I have to take
I
it.
am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. I pushed the king under a ship wagon and betrayed the revolution. My kind surrendered the nation to financial colonists. I can see you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a man of the left, no? Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, are you repulsed?
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride. Forgive her. But only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
That's a pity. I hope we can remain collegial, despite the fact that I'm a high priestess of the capital. Don't take it personally. It was only business, as they
I
say.
take it personally, fucking bitch, but we will cooperate.
Honestly, I may have even preferred it, had the communards won. Who knows? They might really have built something better. But they didn't, because they lost. When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed. With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery.
While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt east, light drizzle washing it clean, lights go up and motor carriages circulate the track.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake, then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, ma'am.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
You're no dummy yourself.
A smart boy getting smarter, one basic term of reality at a time. Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality? A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar region? Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ancient ruin. A symbol of hubris and decay. Half submerged in some salty sea. course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Ah. This is the Pier, or 2. A pre-revolutionary tenement. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course. Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
Huh?
Wonderful.
Cindy the Skulls? What is that?
The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture. Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags.
Ještě ne.
She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people's clothes are stupid, and their little rebellion is self-defeating. All right, what next?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the supraculture.
And what would that be? I can see that, yes. I dabbled in those dark arts myself, not so long ago. I assure you, it was a thoroughly supracultural phenomenon. All permeating. Downright mandatory. Nothing infra about disco, baby. Those days are long behind me. And even in the early 30s, I would say I was more of a new girl. Disco was a minor, but still enjoyable facet of the whole thing for me. The new. A cultural era. And the name of the decade it ravished, the 30s. It came out of post-revolutionary Revachol. It was ultra-liberal. It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-colored everything. By the looks of it, that would have been when you came of age. Now. Wasn't it Guillaume Le Million who said, "If you can remember the new, you weren't there"? Ah, yes. This is not very central to reality, is it? I can't be 100% sure, but I believe he died due to complications from venereal disease. All of them. You can't get a venereal disease from that, can you? I'm afraid no. But then again, one can't be entirely sure. It's all part of his mystique. Ask someone else and you may get a more champagne-colored take. Anyway, what other basic facets of reality should we discuss? Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? Of course, Detective. You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Kopnul jsem do krbu a dostal jsem infarkt a umřel jsem.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead.
It remains a mystery what you mean by this.
Glad to have been of his. It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isla into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes, after they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, man. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they're vulnerable. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Uncovering Union secrets could also give you an upper hand when dealing with them.
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, here's your chance, officers. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand. How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves. Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, though she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would confide in.
Yes? Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
Jesus, fuck, man. He was like an XP bang. Wait, where's my... Okay. Preservatory, she was very generous. Yeah, that's because that's how you fucking... middle fucking liberals work. You pretend you're on like all sides, but in the end you're just fucking
A sturdy
bitches.
metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door? There must be another entrance to the east.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply.
Yeah, you better keep walking. The streets will flow
It's
red
another
once
Andy.
more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? And here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs.
Wait, she's the one who has my gun.
Watch your...
But we'll have to find it out tomorrow, chat. I gotta go. Holy shit, I wish I could just play this non-stop, but I'm just too busy now. Like, I would honestly do night streams with this game.